Is that any better? It still looks like shit. Better? Barely. Holy shit. The YouTube ingest server's super fucked up right now. Oh, maybe I should try like the backup server. How's that? Seems like the backup server is working. Better? Alright. Let me get Discord audio up and running. Discord's up now. Are we getting ready to fall from here? There's resistance here, but not like a ton of it. Gamma kind of flattens out 40 to 45, so we could just sit here if we get above 40. If we fail to get 40, we could get rejected again and fall back towards 25. We are starting to get some 30 bot puts. Mostly it's all sold calls up here. There's a lot more sold calls above 50. So like 40, 45 are a little bit bearish, a little bit of resistance. 50 is a lot of resistance. 55, 60. But not a ton of resistance to the or support to the downside. So, you know, if we do get a rejection with some volume, the gamma on the chain could fall off pretty fast. The gamma at spot is like 11 billion. But it drops to negative 335 million on a $15 move to the downside. So not a lot of gamma below us. Might be wary of that as we form a head and shoulders here. The consolidation on NQ is a bit more bullish. Am I muted? Why is it doing that? All right. Is that working? Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. I'm well aware of the amount of room NQ has to the upside. So we long NQ or TQQQ and Netflix now. What is with everyone in Netflix? I don't want to play Netflix. I did not get back into TQQQ calls, but I did get NQ contracts this morning, which I have a few of. Although I'm probably not going to hold them much longer because I'm going to get stopped out if we retest 2200. I actually don't want to go long NQ until we have better confirmation of bullish support. Yesterday left a bad taste in my mouth, and vol is still too high. So I think I'll wait a little longer before picking directions. Not that it's necessarily bad to be long NQ right now. It's probably okay, but it's risky. Bearish if Milton destroys Tampa. Well, yeah. Although it moved down, and now they're talking about it being like Cat 3 at landfall, which is significantly less impactful, right? Hmm. This whole day could actually just get a lot uglier. Hmm. Dollar's still holding up. The correlation on the 1 month is still coming down, although it's significantly higher than it was. For yesterday. Gold's coming down a little bit still, so silver. Dow and Russell are catching up, so we're getting a little bit of breadth. Mm. Mm-hmm. Getting some more sold calls, 45.50. Yeah, HSI got fucked last night. We got a 9% drop. Was the auction not great? I don't think it was super important. It was like, what, the 42 week or some shit? Or sorry, 42 day. It came in at 4.7 too. Which is quite high. Hmm. So, resistance or no? Hmm. If this breaks out, it can move up to like 45, 50, 50 toast. Maybe like 47.50. I think they might push 50. There's nothing really stopping them. Seriously? Fuck Carvana. Are you still trying to short it? Don't try to short Carvana. It's in the middle of a Vegas squeeze. Jesus Christ. Why is no one listening to me? It's Vegas squeezing. It's not going to stop until it falls like below like 169, 170. It's going to fucking chop here. Not enough positive gamma to the upside. It's a little bit more support at like 35 now, but not much. 35, 30. Loss of 30 would mean a retest at like 10. I really want to buy puts. They're kind of risky. Mostly because we can move up like $5 more, $5 or $6 more. There's a little bit of profit taking at the 30 strike on short puts, but not much. Well, nothing's really moving around too much. Volume's low. Probably best to avoid the chop. Yeah. Or wait for a second high. That might be worthwhile. $55.50. Sell calls? Not here. The hurricane will only partially level Florida, and that's bullish, right? It's bullish until it does the leveling. I mean, the storm downgraded from like Cat 5 to Cat 4, and they're expecting the wind shear off of the west coast of Florida as the hurricane approaches will push it down to a Cat 3 by the time it makes landfall. They're also thinking that it'll like fly slightly north of St. Petersburg, right? So not as dangerous for the storm surge. Downgrading the hurricane to save the market? Yeah. Well, there you go. My coworker's an idiot. He lives in Clearwater, but is evacuated to St. Petersburg. I think making landfall in St. Petersburg is like the worst case scenario. That's exactly how Katrina went, besides the direction. Downgraded to 3 when it hit. The only thing that like the meteorologists seem to be concerned with is that the millibars, the barometric pressure of the hurricane is still extraordinarily low. Like I think like 900 or lower, which might indicate that it'll pick up more force. Tampa has Indian burial grounds. It'll never get a direct hit. Listen, if you're not going to evacuate, at least do everyone the favor of like getting in your car first, so that way you're already in a coffin when the rescue workers get there. At which point would you enter long puts? SPX 6000? I don't think we're going to see 6,000 anytime soon. I'm not really worried about it. But definitely not. Excuse me. Definitely not at VIX fucking 21. Coffin, boat, cars don't float. Boats are floating. Ooh, you could just ride out the storm surge in an inner tube. That might be fun. Isn't there like another Cat 4 hurricane that's gonna hit the south of Florida? Your brain got hurt with that fever? No, that's fine. Unleash all the hurricanes. Kenny's just standing on the roof of his mansion, throwing bath salts into the air. Typical Floridian. Florida man throws bath salts into hurricane. Can we catch some downside momentum so I can get out of these puts? We need more calls to sell, probably. We need more calls to sell at the money. Selling plenty of them out of the money. That's not good enough, though. Hmm. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Yeah, Gamma's pretty flat unless we lose like 37-ish. So we could go up or down here. It's just choppy. NQ might be more important. 2250 on NQ. Florida man bounces giant space laser off of bounces space laser off giant mirror. Hang a bedsheet on the inner tube and you could go kite surfing. Ooh, true. They should a documentary on who Satoshi is drops today. It was nice knowing you, Gherk. Oh no. I'm gonna be exposed. Wait till winter comes and the iguanas start falling out of the trees. Can you make a comic of just like some iguanas standing around telling each other winter is coming? Oh man, it'd be really cool to lose 37 and actually have some gamma fall off. No? Maybe if MQ keeps selling. Momentum's turning a little negative. Still have support at 40. NQ's driving the bus. Yeah, it's like it. I mean, SPX isn't doing anything. The gamma 35 and 40 is the same. Well, for 40, 45. So it's just like flat. It doesn't move up to the upside, doesn't move down to the downside. If we lose 37, some of the positive gamma starts to fall off. And then more rapidly under 30. And then negative under like 25. It'd be cool if my puts were profitable for more than one tick. Yeah, you gotta get puts that they are not selling. Otherwise, you just get blown up on the spread when it's choppy like this. Bigger leg down. And Q back to 2200. Maybe. Still kind of holding on to 25. Ooh. Dow did a little slip. Neat. I hate to admit it, I D-denned into DJT. Yeah, but you like own GameStop and stuff, right? So like no one's surprised. You already hit rock bottom. Expecting lower global oil demand. That's been going on for a while. I like the honesty one can get here. It's important to maintain integrity. Rock bottom's ending up in Farmville's tub after a night out. Only Cobra knows that experience. If we could stop finding support at the strikes I fucked up and sold my calls at, that'd be cool. You know, those calls are the support, right? $7 less than August report is a big change. Yeah. Well, China's economy failed again last night, right? So they're not going to need oil. It'd be really cool if we could lose this level and dump a bit. Hey, at least the bulls stopped selling the 40 put. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so gamma starts to fall off a little bit more steeply around here. Under 30, you get a bigger dump in the hedge. So it probably won't go that low. Hmm. Not a very strong bounce on 2200 on NQ. Get wicked down there and looks like it might fail the test. Let's see, from 35 to 30, we drop about 4 billion gamma. Just keep bleeding.
I3HOP put their pickle in my jar, pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I over-leveraged puts, came to win, double down at the top, stop loss. No stop. If you got the pickle, gamma strike is the real deal. I came to get gains, so get out your calls and come on down 3.
Nice. I'm perfectly safe. I also don't live in Florida. Failure to regain 25 on NQ would be kind of not bullish. It's struggling with it a little bit. I worry that we still have too much support at 35, though. Do we finally know what caused the run to 80 on GMA? The short vol got blown up and squeezed out, which triggered a squeeze on Vega as they repositioned up the chain. We knew that when it happened. It wasn't a fucking mystery. DFE bought a shitload of Delta, and he squeezed out all the short vol right as it came in after the initial run. Well timed, broke the short, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing what you can do with $250 million. Am I waiting or coping for another DFV update? IV like 60, 90 or dropping on GME. I mean, there might be like a leap entry soonish. The only problem I have is Gamma on GME bleeds off all the way down to like $13. So, I mean, there's a lot of room to the downside if short vol steps in and actually pressures the price down. They've been kind of skittish, but they're becoming less and less skittish. And realized vol on like the 90, like 60, 90 DTE is starting to crush too, which will encourage more vol selling. Yeah, 13 seems reasonable. I'd go long at 13. I mean, it's not just complacence, right? It's just the inverse dispersion trade on like small and mid caps too. Is it possible to get a nice yellow box in the chart of SPX again? It is, in fact. I guess I could do that. Yeah, here. Hmm. Just the auction and Fed speeches left today. Yeah, but it's a 3-year auction. It's kind of important-ish. Is this chop? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anything in the box is chop. I hate these like really weak but persistent bounces that we've gotten this year. It's like it bounces on little to no volume, but then like bulls just keep buying and buying and buying and buying until they can like edge the price up a little bit higher. The fucking worst. 0 DTEs, baby. Yeah. Ruin the market. I will say, nobody goes long options anymore. You would think with elevated VIX, things would be more volatile. Yeah, but variance in VIX is really low, right? Like nothing's really moving. It's up. It's just, but it's like not. It's like realized vol is extremely low, and a lot of that's just event risk. There's risk premium in oil. There's geopolitical risk. We have FOMC tomorrow. Why do anything other than sell 0 DTEs? I mean, I do that too. It's just boring. And the returns are kind of meh. Is anything really shifting around here? Wow. Mm, a bit more call selling. Mm. And I really want to sell this in the money butterfly. I went long AVGO yesterday. I'm still in it. I had no downside risk. I just bought the out of the money fly on it. So there's like no reason to cut it if the price falls. I think we're gonna break down soon. Maybe if NQ fails. It's struggling a bit, holding above 225. Drop back to 200, drag us into slightly more negative gamma. Bot calls at 20 or support, but there's bot puts at 25. So that could be kind of interesting. I don't think either position right now is big enough to really affect anything, though. The bulls really want to sell the 40, but we're not pushing up high enough for them to do it. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's their shot. Some put selling at the 60 call. CPI hot bullish. Like CPI anything but negative, probably bullish. Unless it's like 0.3 or something. 0.3 or 0.4. But I don't think it's going to be that hot. Seasonal adjustments way too heavily on the print. CNBC was trying to say the hot jobs report was teachers going back to school. Some of it. Spot puts at 50. $25, $40. $16 to $33. 30, 40, 18. Kind of like that one. $20 to $48. Like that a little less. What? Hmm. Hmm. 30, 34. So there's a little bit of profit taking on the like 57.25 through 57.15 sold puts. We're getting a few more bought puts at 35.30. So we might be getting a little bit more pressure to the downside. It's not a lot. But some of the support is kind of bleeding away, which is interesting. We have longer dated sold calls at 30.35, so those could fall out of the money. 20 still has a lot of bot calls though. 25 has a lot of bot calls. But there's no significant support below 40. Maybe like 15. It's chopping sideways, but the positioning's weakening a little bit, which is nifty. I'm not sure NQ is though. I'm feeling okay. You look tired. My allergies are terrible this morning. Mine are too, actually. It has been not a great day for allergies. Oh no. Hmm. Gross. I feel like we entered the distribution knife catch. It's just a head and shoulders, right? It's just like a really, like it probably should have just been a double top, but they're trying to keep this from bleeding out. Like NQ still looks really weak right here. It has not picked up any volume. Like, there's no buyers above fucking 2200. Volumes just bled off the entire way up. It did finally test 20, well, almost 2250. So I found some sellers. We'll see if that actually leads to anything, though. From yesterday when we slumped off hard, someone dove in to catch it. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if we'd opened under 5,700 today, bulls would have been in a really bad spot. And they built up some support yesterday on the drop, so this wasn't like unexpected. This was kind of the outcome for opening above 5,700. Through the intraday, they've gotten a little bit of an edge over like the 57.25, but we could just go right back to that before close. There's not that much support up here. And that big pile of in the money calls at 50 is going to start to push down on the price as we get closer to the end of the day. Honestly, I don't think CPI matters. I think or PPI. I think all that matters is that event vol falls off and bulls can short the vol. So like I think the value of the prints is going to be fairly irrelevant as long as they can just short vol down. Then bullish. If this falls off and we settle around 5,700, that's a lot more extreme. And there's support at 20 and 25. Like, pretty decent support. There's a little bit of delta there, if you remember from last night. I think the guys fall after 5,700 idea better than Gherk's more realistic ideas. I mean, 5,700's gonna need like a pretty big pump involved because we have to clear the supports at 25 and 20, which won't be easy. We probably need quite a bit of volume, which we don't have right now. Don't get me wrong, if we're at like 25 going into power hour, then there could be some more downward pressure as we move into the end of the day. Just might not be enough. This is just like a really extended knife catch. When was the last time bulls failed to pump it into CPI slash a major print? Like last week. We dumped pretty hard into the morning before NFP. And NFP is like has been like the largest market mover out of all of the data sets for some time now. Do you think the longer term trend is failing despite the overnight recovery? Yes. Why not re-enter TQQQ? Too much risk. Vol is sustainably too high. And it doesn't appear to be going anywhere. You think AVGO can squeeze off the sold calls at 80? I don't care. Did you see the position I entered on AVGO? I actually don't care what happens to it. Either it closes in a range where I'm profitable, or it closes in a range where I lose nothing. I don't give a shit. It's possible, but playing it with long calls is a bad idea. When I put a position in Pickles picks like that, there's a reason for it. Like, don't get me wrong, you can try to choose alternative ones, but your rate of failure or chance of failure is going to dramatically increase. Who's going to catch the HSI knife? Chinese banks that are forced to buy equities. They'll just loosen up their reserves again, right? Make them get out in the market and buy more. It shows alternative ones. Yeah, don't do that. At least take into consideration what I'm trying to accomplish with the position, right? There's a reason I'm not just like, oh, long calls AVGO. Balls deep, full port. I mean, it's doing good, but there's definitely big resistance at 80. And yes, it could fail that. So, take profit, and then if it breaks or confirms, you could add to your position, right? There's a million better ways to approach it than just holding on for dear life. Is jobs more important than inflation at the moment? Yeah. Just because the chances of inflation being negative are almost non-existent. If we got a negative inflation print, like headline negative 0.1 month over month, everybody would lose their fucking shit. But um, inflation's just been going up, and the only thing keeping it from going up more is the seasonal adjustments. What striker Bulls trying for? They're not. They're just trying not to let it drop. If Bulls were bullish here, they'd be selling the fuck out of the 57.40 put, and they're not. They're barely selling any of it, actually. They're not even selling the 35 very hard. There's like Gamma falls off pretty hard to the downside of 35. So like under here. Gamma here is just flat. So it's like 50, 50 is like that, then flat, then like that. That's probably a bad way to represent it. Yeah, it works. So all the trading in here is just meaningless, right? Because gamma's the same at 45 as it is at 40. So like price can chop between those two. Nothing really happens. Gamma starts to fall off a little bit under 40. And then it falls off a lot under 35. Makes sense, even without the meatball. Some guy, James, welcome back to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. NQ failed 22-25. Which is probably more important than anything happening on SPX. I came back for more meatballs. Fair enough. You do an analysis analogy using mustard and glizzies to help me understand. So if the price is the mustard, this is the glizzy. If the mustard gets on the side of the glizzy, it's gonna slide off the glizzy. Major resistance at 2260 from the volume profile. Yeah, there's been a lot of volume at that level. Mostly like wicks though, right? Just like high volume wicks. Ah, thank you. No problem. It'd be really cool if we could lose 35 at some point this year. Or at least tease it, you know? Whirlpool's owned by GE. Oh no, it isn't. I thought Whirlpool got bought out by GE. Oh, they own Jen Air. WHR is the ticker. Want more AQN or wait till under 5? I mean, I'm definitely not buying higher. I feel like it's a mistake to just be sitting in this oil short all day, but... Ooh, I have an open buy order at 5. Jesus fucking Christ, this is boring. What happened to oil? China's economy tanked overnight and the hurricane got downgraded. Also, huge swaths of shorts were about to lose their ass, so they piled into the opportunity. I'm short CL right now. I was hoping to get out of it before I started streaming, but nope. This is support at like 72.69, 72.61. But if it loses that range, back to like 71 or 70. Most of the CTAs are short under 72, so... What happened to China's economy overnight? They had their like NCDP whatever fucking conference, and they said a bunch of bearish shit about their own economy. No one liked it. The AUD USD pair collapsed because all of Australia's fucking economic output basically goes to China, like their biggest trade partner. So they got fucking hammered. HSI dropped like 10%. Everybody was already really skeptical of the turnaround because China didn't offer up any actual stimulus. They just forced banks out into the market to buy more stocks. I think the big quote from the conference was downward pressure on China's economy is increasing. And they have a bunch of plans to try to turn that around, but they all suck. And then they're doing a special bond issuance, which will be done at like the end of October. Um, I'm up like 16% on the AVGO position. What about the Zero Hedge tweet about China's warships 50 miles off the coast of Taiwan? They're always 50 miles off the fucking coast of Taiwan. That's where China is. I hope you're just trying to aggravate me. That's okay. Oh, I see. Slash outs. No, I think durables will do terribly, but good luck. Gherkin would rather someone intentionally annoy him rather than associate with an actual idiot. It's true. It's just it's at like six. I'm at like 16% profit on AVGO right now. Does this pump have legs? No. Then why take profits? I'm not. I'm not doing anything with it. I said that. I don't care what happens to AVGO. I'm just gonna hold the butterfly till it expires. I have like no downside risk at all. I don't give a shit if it rejects off 80, breaks 80. If it closes at 85, awesome. Or hits 85 in the next week, also awesome. That's it. I don't think housing sales are going to go up dramatically. Rates aren't going down. Most houses come with appliances. Talking about like new construction drives durable trade. Insurance claims would if any of the fucking houses in Florida were actually insured. And even then, that demand is months out. Red movement trades. Maybe a little bit better sell off on NQ here. Still left a gap to the upside at 37 though. Gross. I just want this contract to break view up. Squeeze off some of the short calls, and then I can sell it. Which means we need to lose 35. 33? Yeah, 33. We're almost there. Ooh. Spicy. And support. Well, support right at 33. Of course. Fuck you, bulls. Pieces of shit. Oh, it's actually selling off. Oh my god. It did it. It did the thing I said it would do. Yeah, I should probably just take profits. That was exciting. Hey, look who tested the bottom of the box, guys. Don't sound so surprised, man. It does the thing you say it will do pretty often. Yeah, but it's that like 5 seconds of it actually happening. Feels so good. What's outside the box? Morgan Freeman's wife. No, not Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt's wife's in the box. Haven't you seen this movie? Cybercrime is the third largest growing economy in the world. So are you suggesting? Wait, hold on. Need to. Are you going to become a cyber criminal? So I'm by to say my port's up 5% today, or $5 for the less mathematically inclined. Ooh, we lost the box. Bear time. Need to buy more pets. Motherfucker.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Hey, I got rewarded for
I got
overholding
rewarded for
puts.
overholding pets.
If only that
If
happened
only
1
that
hour
happened an
ago when
hour
I
ago
bought
when I
them.
bought them.
Thanks for
the
the
emotional
emotional support
that
during that time.
No
QQ3.
problem, man. Was it really that hard to hold them? I mean, nothing happened for 2 hours. Yeah, maybe it was. Ah, fuck. I sold them too early. Whatever. Better than getting support at 30, bouncing back to 38, and then sitting there for the rest of the fucking day. Anyway, there's supportive positioning here at like 25, 20. This is where my butterfly is. Hello. Long oil now? A dump was right on time with the surge in oil. Yeah. Huh. Oil back to 75. Oh, now I want to go long oil. Maybe I should go long sugar. Storms. El Nino. Sugar. And long insulin. Oh, I forgot about Ozempic. You are long sugar. Thanks. No, I'm serious though. Or like London white sugar. There's like a bunch of fires in Sao Paulo, right? You see this cyclone to hit India and fuck up their sugar crop. Be good to go. No, not no sugar. Short sugar. I don't want a short sugar. So India overproduces, Brazil and Florida underproduce. I'll have to keep an eye on weather in the Pacific. Indian Ocean. The SPX yearns for the box. Yeah, it does. Likes the safety. That was fun, though. This is wheat all over again. I made a fuck ton of money on wheat. That was awesome. Anybody long Nvidia right now? Oh shit. Box rejection. That's kind of bearish. Gamma's still positive though. You guys are missing out on sovereign AI gains. I sold this and I needed to print. Because I've sold too many of them. Hmm. How is the 3-year auction? Bid to cover 2.48 or 45. High yield 3.878. Sells 58 billion. Primes take 19.17. Indirect 56.87. Consumers have become more price sensitive. You mean poor? Curbing their ability to raise prices. Consumer doesn't raise prices. Put that evil on us.
Pickle bard, put their pickle in my jar. Sugar do 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 do, or gurky gurky do 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 do. You are our pickle girl, and you got us moving, you three.
Thanks, Pickle Bard. How high can we go if we bounce and ride the positive charm into end of day? What positive charm? Charm sucks here. I have to admit, I've been going into stores with a price gun and I've been raising prices. I'm sorry. You're just manually editing their barcodes. I'm planning to ride this gravy train all the way to the top of Mashed Potato Mountain. Stop playing with your food. Wait for new all-time high tomorrow. Why? What makes you think that's gonna happen? Why not? Because there's a fuck ton of sold calls to the upside of 57.50 and vols at 20. Oh, and there's no fucking bullish support anywhere. Well, there is 56.50 though, which is not exactly close to spot. The multiple rejections around 57.50 are not bullish. No, not particularly. We got some end of week 57.15p. I'd like to hold on to end of week. What do you think? I have some end of week 56.95s that I bought last night. I'm not closing them. But they also didn't cost any money, so that might be something to consider. Have a good entry. I just can't read this nonsense when NVIDIA drives everything. Fair. Hmm. Where are we closing today? Well, I hope right in the middle of the butterfly I sold. That'd be cool. I posted the link in chat somewhere. There it is. I'll pin it. Why Carvana mean to me? It's in the middle of a Vegas squeeze and you keep trying to short it. It's not being mean to you. You're just being obstinate. I assume. I don't actually know if you are shorting it. Earnings season is coming up in the next couple of weeks. Are you still seeing no long vol or long puts? There's some. It's not a ton of it though. There was some like longer dated put positioning that was coming in under 5,700, but I don't know if any of it shook off on the bounce. Definitely possible. One more down. I think that was it. That was wow. I don't know. I guess we could go back to like 30 or 25, but we're probably gonna stay somewhere in this range for the rest of the day. It's gonna be kind of hard to push up to 40 from here. Not impossible, but difficult. And I think price would be pretty happy somewhere between like 40 and 25 into close. Really happy at 25, actually. Probably depends on MQ. There's a little gap to the upside, like 37 that's unfilled. Wendy's has a Krabby Patty meal now. Just got the email. That's what, interesting. Instead of saying poo, try saying humdrum bum crumbs. Floater sinker, major stinker, sometimes mushy from your tushy. Jesus Christ. Thanks, friendly neighborhood AI storyteller. I'm seeing hella burger spots doing Krabby Patty promotions, like local mom and pops in the southeast. Weird. Seems like a good way to get sued. I'm gonna buy this put again if it goes back to $6. Hmm. Decisions. Hmm. What caused the bloodbath in the Chinese market? Oh, they had their fucking thing last night. The like economic summit meeting. What's your take on Nvidia? I was long until the test at 130, and then I closed it, but it probably keeps going up. I mean, it's gonna start squeezing out the short calls at 130, probably push like 135, 137. I mean, they also have like a big conference this week. Why do you have to go to Ohio? Trying to land a big order? I thought you were done working. How dare they? My seller note isn't paid out for 5 years. So you have to just go around and sell sheet metal fabrication to people for 5 years? This is bullshit. Any importance to falling volume literally all day. There's a little bit of volume on the bounce. But yeah, I mean, the upside's weak. There's not a lot of active hedging as strikes are gained to the upside, unless we get back above 40, which doesn't look very likely right now. There's also not a lot of gamma falling off to the downside, unless we lose 30, 28. Still boring as fuck, though. Still own a lot of Class A shares. Oh boy. This is not the popcorn gets paid and walks away deal that I was envisioning. It's gonna be years before you're in your castle in North Carolina / Columbia. Is popcorn our new Adam Aaron? No. No? Now's the time to buy it. All the castles are on sale and full of water. It's called a moat? Yeah. That actually kind of makes sense. Did you explain to her that a moat could keep out home invaders? Tell her about the AI sex bots that are coming out soon. Our ladies don't have the same leverage as before. Oh, fucking Christ. I hate this timeline. Oh, more long-term plays and stocks. Why do you want to buy the top of the market? I mean, there's some stuff. I went long Veil a couple of weeks ago. Wow, I guess about like a week and a half ago, but it's not nearly as exciting as it sounds. VALE SA. Are you still expecting a pullback in the market? I mean, it's more that I just don't expect that the market can go up a lot. So there's not a lot that I want to long here. Tech would be the only thing, like mega cap tech. And that's shaky right now. When username just won a moon is talking about long-term plays, have we reached peak opposite world? No. It can get worse. What's the TLDR on Veil? It's still a really risky entry. There's some extremely questionable outcomes there. Not only some issues with Brazil, but China as well. Like it just went up like 23% in a week, couple weeks, and then I think overnight it's like, what is it? It dumped this morning. It must have. Yeah, overnight it's down like almost fucking 5%. It's still pretty dangerous. I think there's some like okay entries around 980, but figuring out the valuation against like demand for industrial metals is a little tough. And I usually don't put anything in pickles picks where the valuation is on shaky ground. Like I want to increase steel and iron ore exposure, but I don't know if it's found a bottom yet. So tricky stuff. When would you get back into BNAD? Under $6? I've been waiting. Apparently, Hinton, the guy who sparked the AI craze, won the Nobel Prize in Physics for saving the global economy. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've been busy all day but watching the market. I thought, surely Gherk will draw a box today. Then I fired you up, and you have more exciting than nothing more exciting than a position More exciting than a position inside the box. Ah. Bubble doesn't count as saving the economy. Well, in the short term, it does. Mm. I'm on a rescue mission for these 5750 sold pets. What 5750 sold pets? There's no sold pets at 50. Well, none of any significance. Mm. Uh-huh. Meh. Kind of weak. Ah, shit. 1 second. Mm, is that unmuted? No. There we go. Okay. She feels like a better not trade type of day. Yeah, the short earlier was kind of good. The bounce was maybe a bit unstable, but it picked up a little bit of an edge here. Now there's just resistance to the upside though. So they gotta climb back over that wall of gamma above 40, which might be kind of tough. We may just chop a little bit here from that. Mm. When do you think we get another test of 56.69? First of all, that's not the all-time high. Oh, 56.69? Sorry. I thought you were talking about 70, so. I don't know. Maybe closer to OPEX or something. We could fail this still. There's no support, but I have no idea. If we lose 720, there's no like longer term support though. dump it? Yeah, I guess we could. 35 or 30 is pretty open. Any weakness in NQ? We need NQ back under 2225 for any kind of significant failure. Fall asleep for a couple? Yeah, I could see that. Why are dips and recoveries like this often exactly an hour long? Confirmation bias. Observational bias. Yes. Both. Why would it be intraday margin checks? Who the fuck's getting margin checked intraday? Pores, yeah. I'm making fun of the SS guy that went on about hourly margin checks, and he would post charts and point at small red candles. Jesus Christ. That sounds miserable. Imagine just stumbling across that and being like, that's it, I'm on to something. I'm trying to scalp some 35Ps. No? Not at all. We got the red already. That was earlier. Bull's doing anything bullish to push a breakout? No. The only reason we got a bounce was because some of the short calls closed and took profit. Rising wedge on SPX. It's a reversal. But it's hit some resistance. Ooh, rejection. NQ hasn't slipped yet, but it's kind of close. They don't manipulate NQ like they do SPX, do they? Futures are a little deeper and more liquid. It's harder to fuck with them. They do, absolutely, but it's not as easy, and it's a lot more obvious, right, because of the more transparent order book. Looks like they want to squeeze the 45.50. Eh, maybe. Not sure that matters, but is it worth buying TQQQ puts here with theta? I wouldn't buy puts on TQQQ. Maybe Dow or IWM. If anything has a chance to recover with the way the macro is shaping up, it's QQQ. It's probably the last thing I would buy puts on. Inflation is rising and dollars going up, all of which benefit mega cap tech, which is basically all TQQQ is. However, that will be the bear case for manufacturing, industrials, small and mid caps. $57, $40, $50. I keep getting rejected. It feels like it's been doing this for 4 weeks. It's called profit taking. It could go on for a while. Before they switch to alternative investments with better returns. I mean, that's a lot of what's going on right now, right? I mean, commodities are more attractive. Bonds are getting kind of attractive. Or at least a lot more volatile. HBO set to reveal the identity of Satoshi Nakamoto. Anything you want to tell us before the news? That wasn't me. They just forecast Milton passes south of Tampa, but not a certainty. Isn't that bad? Isn't that like the worst outcome? Not for Tampa. No, for Tampa. Like if it hits, I thought the worst outcome was if it hits St. Petersburg, because it's gonna push the storm surge into the bay, into the Tampa Bay, and literally just fuck everything. Or are they talking like way, way south of Tampa? Like Sarasota or something? Cape Coral. Hmm. You're the Steve Madden of hurricanes now. Should I pull up the map and use the epic pen? all geographically challenged. So the prior path was hitting here at Clearwater. And now they're saying it's going to move out here into Sarasota. No, thick yellow. I just need to draw like a semicircle and then boom. Nailed it. I'm getting ready to do my weather stream. I've decided that's a far better market. Especially with global warming. Fuck stocks. You don't ever have to be right. I know. Yeah, I do have the cake for it. When thick Latino weather girls. Well, first we got to ramp up the viewership, and then we can get hot Latino weather girls. My aunt used to say little boys that lie end up being weathermen. Was she trying to discourage you? There was like a fucking weather stream yesterday. It had like 50,000 viewers. I've clearly chosen the wrong industry. Yeah, that's enough for spreads on SPX. The hurricane is like the GME squeeze. Damn. But there's like a hurricane every week. GME squeezes once every 3 years. And with global warming, the once in a generation storms are going to be coming up way more often. I'm trying to get ahead of the trend here. Oh, son of a bitch, we bounced. They didn't even short vol very much. Hmm. Yeah, still resistance at 45. Interesting though. They sold a lot more puts at 35.30. Does that make the downside squeezier? Does. Also makes it less likely. Jesus. They're selling the fuck out of the money shit. 2K 5735P came in on that bounce. Yep, they sold a lot of them. It didn't do much though. I mean, they're not long dated or anything. Still a big push. Selling the 60 pretty hard. Wait, no. Fill my option at 70 cents, you bitch. Yep. Up box. It's a lower high. Well, not on SPX, I guess. Higher high on SPX. That was a big pump into the sold calls. Don't appear to have moved at all. Might be a little too early for that pump. Buying a put here soon if I can get a fill. I need a double top though. Which I might not get. Nope. Wait a second. Lamb. Power hour might get interesting. Maybe. If we're above 45, though, the charm's not going to be as... Like, the charm decay is not going to be as bad. So we have to lose 45. But if we fall back to, like, 40, 35, the charm's pretty rough. For the bulls. There's still not a lot of in the money sold puts, or out of the money sold puts. Even with the bump near spot that we just got, there's significantly more sold calls. I'm not going to 6K by the end of the week. Milton undergoing another window of intensification. Should become a Cat 5 again this evening. Ooh. Are you guys enjoying that the SPX is just moving with the intensity of a natural event? No, it's bullshit. Come on, guys. It's pure chaos. It's amazing. Perfect. Post it in the Louvre, Bob, so I remember to use it. We can keep the hurricane theme going through the stream cards for the rest of the week. Worst case is Tampa gets record flooding in terms of cost. You mean all of Tampa gets fucking wiped out? You know why they don't have a Cat 6 hurricane? Because Cat 5 is already catastrophic. Can we get an AI song? Welcome to the dumper zone. Whether you get leveled by a sedan or an SUV flying through the air is a bit irrelevant. Yeah. Yeah, 180-mile-per-hour winds are it's not good. Profit taking? Maybe a little. Just resistance. I mean, we're getting more sold calls. A triple top on NQ in the 5 minute. Well, on the 15. I'd buy Cat at 5. Me too. Not 500 though. I thought the worst case nothing happens. Florida just continues doing its humid thing. Oh, silliness. You know what? I want a candidate that's going to remove subsidies for houses in flood zones. That's what I want to vote for. I want to vote for no flood insurance. Fuck you. Stop buying homes in flood zones. Why is that something we have to pay for? Because all the rich people lose all their money, Bob. So make all of Florida a national park, you know, for as long as it lasts, sure. Now that's libertarian. I mean, I just paid quarterly taxes, and the idea of giving it to Floridians that refuse to leave their trailers really upsets me. Almost as much as Yellen using it to fund her wild spending spree. Try imagining them as humans. That might help. Nonsense. You wrote a book called Geography of Risk? No, but I've heard of it. If it's made its way from research paper to novel, I'm just not interested in it anymore. If they live in a trailer and stay in a cat 4 or 5, they'll be dead. Don't worry. They won't. They'll do the Floridian thing, right? They'll stand on their roof and shoot their gun into the storm. That's how they survive. They did try to shoot that balloon. Yep. Hurricanes seem like bears. Just make yourself big. Brock Sampson, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Brock a shout out. Uncle Parzival, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up at the end of the stream. I'll get you set up. Who's Frankie? Carvana's in a Vegas squeeze. Stop trying to short it. Frankie Muniz? Why would I interview him? He doesn't remember anything. Wait, what? New York City is like 10 feet above sea level and built on a pile of sand and sticks dumped in a hole. It's built on bedrock. Like right on the bedrock. That's why we have such tall buildings. It was like when Sandy hit. You just like hang out in your apartment until the water goes away. Some of the best things that could happen to the United States are Florida and South Jersey getting washed away. How dare you? Has Trump started telling people to get out of Florida yet? He's going to lose his whole base if he doesn't tell them to leave. He's going to tweet something like, the Dems are lying about the strength of the hurricane, and 10% of his voters in Florida are going to die. South Jersey here, that hurt. I'm sorry. He says radical left. Whatever. Everybody in North Jersey just tries to say they're from New York City like a bunch of posers. I know, I see them across the river in their high rises. They say things like, I have a view of the city. Gross. It also smells like shit. Just all the time. Everything north of Newark just always smells like shit. And Newark. Newark and north of Newark. So Newark's included in the set. Camden's where the trash smell starts. Yeah, but you guys live down in the fucking Pine Barrens. Which is arguably worse. Just sand all the time. In your socks. Hold on here, mister. Either that or you live by Philly, which is disgusting. Those aren't beaches. How do you like Baltimore? You can't understand anyone there. They speak like a different version of English. Pine Barrens is where the Jersey Devil lives. Oh, yeah. It'd be cool if we stopped going up. Hmm. Could be selling calls here. I kind of want to sell the 60-65. Are we gonna get smacked at 50? There's a lot of resistance at 50. This has been a pretty big push. But it's still really early in the day. I mean, bears don't have to worry about charm as much here. But they still have to worry about it if we fall below 45. Look at Lane of Acres and Haddonfield. They have their own police force and taxes, like all towns. It's like 3 o'clock. Hmm. Did we gap fill from yesterday? No, not yet. Still need to close 48.84 to 49.63. Yeah, 60 is a big resistance too. 50, 55, 60, 65. I'll have a lot of sold calls. All natural disasters are scary. When Carvana squeezy boy ends at 200, or if it falls below 170. I'd love if the 5730p is printed. That'd be cool. Yeah. It honestly wouldn't take much, I don't think. Like the way things are positioned now, if we lose 40, we start squeezing puts. So 48, 38, right around there. I'm glad you talked me into waiting to short CEG. I would have gotten wrecked. Nice. What? How? No, I don't care about Netflix. I said I wasn't playing it. Hold on. 185-mile-per-hour winds is like would be like a Cat 7 if the scale went that high. But I mean, once you get over like 160-mile-per-hour winds, there's no point in going any higher because everything just gets fucking leveled. Go for Gherk? I don't answer my phone like that. What's your bullish TQQQ timeline? I pulled it back yesterday, and I'm not re-entering it until after CPI PPI. Carvana is quickly approaching the maximum theoretical price the market can handle. That is it? Sure. Thermodynamically, I see. So down soon? No. What are Carvana's millibars looking like? Is this the diamond top? We're still in it. Technically, we're still inside Friday's price action, which is kind of bearish. Although maybe we filled a gap to the upside today. What was the high from that? 53.21. Why are you DCAing into SQQQ? It's at like $7. If NQ went to 0, it'd probably go to like 28 bucks. Is that the Dorito of Doom? No. Yeah, I still have my butterflies. We're gonna fucking close them. The max loss on them is like $100. Wow, per contract. So I guess I could lose 2 grand. Nope. You should really stop doing analysis on flows. They're kind of meaningless. Is this a head and shoulders and shoulders? Docu at 52 weeks. Hi. Wow, I was so right. I can't believe you don't want to go long docu. Your arbitrary hatred of docu has made me so much money, Popcorn. I still have the shares I bought at 40. Maybe I should close them. It's above my 1-year price target, but below my 2-year price target. I closed the deal in Docu, ironically enough. Of course you did. Are you thinking sour hour, or are they about to get a breakout? I think bulls just want to hold the price here. As long as they feasibly can, and then maybe in the last 10 minutes they could get a breakout. You don't know if they're buying. I bought T-Doc instead. Did you buy T-Doc? When did you buy T-Doc? Did you buy it at like $20 when what's her face did? Kathy Woods. Only down 69%. You just needed COVID to come back, or like a new plague. COVID 2.0. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. Are you long copper? Only HBM. So nothing so dramatic. Just an entire overhaul of the American healthcare system. Yeah. We still haven't filled the gap. Getting there. Need 60 more cents. Please be the most bearish gap fill of all time. Probably not. What do gaps need to be filled? I mean, at this point, just like a sentiment thing. It's old enough, and we moved far enough away from it on the initial rejection that the MM's definitely already eaten the loss, right? So it's not like the MM's hedging towards the gap or anything. My power distribution customers are going absolutely wild right now with orders. Interesting. Because they're going to have to rebuild the entire infrastructure of Florida. Are you doing technical analysis on VIX? I do things differently when it comes to that. You mean I use real world data and probability models and you draw lines around candlesticks? Are people who moved to Florida during COVID regretting it? Did people move to Florida? Why? Are we gonna rocket on a break of 5750? If we break 5750, we could push up to 60. It doesn't look great right now. They're not. Price action on VIX is derivative of the calculation of out of the money spreads 33 days to expiry. Well, 22 to 33 days. 23 to 3? Yeah, 23 to 33 days. They wanted somewhere where the outside temperature is higher than the average IQ. Hmm. Interesting. I do TA on my port. That's like a micro ETF. Because freedom? It's Florida. It's just a hot swamp. And I can say that without offending any Floridians because they've had to flee their homes. Are you trying to keep the hurricanes and power outages to yourself, popcorn trader? Yes. We're gonna end the day in your box. Maybe. We still haven't gotten the gap fill, which is weird. They've sold so many puts to get us up here. We're really close to it. We just haven't filled it. We probably just need to pull back like a tiny bit, and then they're gonna sell a shitload more puts, and then we can fill it. Gaps filled at 57.49.63. It's like 26 cents higher. Is not filling it bearish? Kind of. But only because they've sold puts at all the in the money, like all the at the money strikes. Alright, so like if we fail here or get a rejection, which would probably require we find future sellers, right? Future sellers come in and just start taking profit. Then all of the strikes to the downside are just stacked to the tits with sold puts, right? Rug pull hippopotamus, do your thing, my G. Tomorrow we hit 11 billion. 11 billion what? My buddy's boomer coworker retired, sold his house in Portland, Oregon, and moved to Western Florida. Bought a house he couldn't get insured. I'm excited. That guy's the worst. I have been resurrected. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Nope. Filled the gap. It's over. It's not a new all-time high. At 6,000? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. That's where ES rejected last time. It was like a little higher, right? We've had 5 tests of 57.3350 on ES in the last week, and we still haven't broken out to the all-time high. Which is only like $30 higher than spot. Nope, they fucking rug this. Stupid price action. Nope, there's a big vol short. Is that enough? It's good for everyone who wants to go short. Yeah, if VIX wasn't at fucking 21, it would be. Bears gave up for the day. All of the bearish positionings above 50. Fucking gap at 49. Oh. Yes, moved up a little. NQ still just short of 2,300. Our price improvement for the day is on like 3 to 4 minute intervals. That's because we don't get a lot of like above. Once we got above 30, you don't really get like huge moves in gamma, except yeah. I mean, you just don't get really big moves in gamma. So it's like you kind of get what like a move up to the next strike, and then the next strike above that, and then chop, and then the next strike, and then chop. I don't think there's been any recession sentiment for like a week. The fucking yields have been skyrocketing since like last Friday. There's some analysis and the results are shocking. 36 try of 5750. Yeah. I think that's the prior all-time high. Or the prior high from Friday, I guess. 53.21. So a little higher than that. Big vol short here is bullish. Could push up to 60. NQ's above 2300. I don't think there's any major resistance on that to 2335. Or a lot of minor resistance, I guess. $66. 67.37. Hmm. A little bit of put selling at 60. If we push it down to 30, we'd have to reject. We need like a big rejection. So unlikely. It's too late in the day, and the expansion of in the money gamma is probably going to prop this up above 50. Almost no matter what here. Like 50 becomes a support really quick as soon as you cross it. And I think we're enough above it that it will remain a support. Do you think the bullishness continues this week? I think as event vol falls off, things are going to get more bullish. Could they push to 5,800 tomorrow? Depends on how they position today, but possibly. I could take a look at what's coming in for tomorrow. Might actually be kind of hard to stay above 57.50 tomorrow. Looks like we're getting a lot of bot puts for tomorrow's expiry. 57.40, 35, 25, 57.05. There's still a shitload of sold puts at 57.50. Maybe like 80 tomorrow. I don't know. It doesn't look very bullish, honestly. At least not yet. The positioning that's coming in right now is pretty bearish. The only relevant support is 50. So probably overbought here, maybe like pull back to 40 and then reposition. Might pull back to like 40 in the overnight session. Do you have any data tonight? German balance of trade in the morning. But that might just miss and then bolster the dollar. We have a 10-year auction tomorrow at 1 o'clock. FOMC minutes at 2, but I don't think the FOMC minutes are going to do anything. And then event vol will probably stay high into like Thursday morning, and then I think we start to see some vol crush Thursday, Friday. Carvana blowing out the pickle jar's bag? I have no idea. I'm not shorting Carvana. I haven't shorted Carvana. I think it's just Popcorn Trader that's short Carvana. And Poopy Pants. It's going great, by the way. Why is Nvidia up 450 bips today? Sovereign AI. Everyone's just really excited about Sovereign AI. Why are you guys shorting Carvana? I don't know how many times I have to say it. It's in a Vegas squeeze. Just like, it's gonna take forever for it to fucking come down. Unless there's like news or a catalyst. And even then, like, you could just wait and short it after it drops. Have you touched much on BTU's recent change in trend? No. It's probably just got volatility from China. It bounced back into like the long-term trend not that long ago. Last time I looked, it was like a week ago. Yeah, it's in a good spot. It didn't lose too much overnight with the massive dump in HSI, so that's kind of cool. Hmm. NQ needs to give an all-time high. It's got a ways to go. But yeah, probably. Forward yield on vol is still positive here. Oh no, the butterfly got fucked. Yeah. Well, there's 17 minutes, but most likely fucked. I don't have that many of them open. It's like 20. There's still a 2% chance that we close below 57.38, so. Is today's pump to prep for Thursday's CPI? No. Today's just like, this isn't even a pump, it's just mean reversion back to where we were Friday. These aren't like new gains, we're just still trading between fucking 5,700 and 5,760. Maybe end of day tomorrow. I think Friday, Monday, Tuesday is the pump. Hmm. And there are a lot of bot puts to the downside for tomorrow. If we lose 50, shit gets wild. Like if we fall further than the gap fill to the downside. We could dump 19. We could dump $10 billion in gamma on a $5 move. We probably won't lose 50. That's the problem. So we're closing at 60? We could. Probably somewhere between 50 and 55. I should have bought calls and he said something about 5760 sold bets. Those are actually closed now. Those are gone. But yeah, that would have been a good time to buy calls. Actually, the best time to buy calls is probably when they started just dumping in the like out of the money sold puts at we're at like 57.38. They started selling like the 30.35 back here. That's when the pump started, or like the push started. No, we haven't broken out of the diamond top at all. It's still got quite a bit more room to the upside. You know, 57.98, 57.85 to like 98. Tomorrow I'll probably be bullish, but it might pull back to like 30 first. I can see us like pulling back to 30 and then pushing higher into the end of the week. And then we have OPEX. Yeah, OPEX is right at the end of that. Neat. Hmm. We don't look very well set up for an overnight gap up. Maybe if like German balance of trade shits the bed again and the dollar pushes up. I hate this market. Why? Straddle? Yeah, I probably should. $30 the upside. 40-50 down. Maybe I'll strangle. Who bought puts yesterday? I don't think anyone did. No, I'm sure someone did, but we closed above delta neutral. Well, yeah, we did. And then delta neutral moved up. Because we've been flip-flopping for 3 weeks now. Yeah, this isn't, I mean, this isn't a particularly good range to go long or short. At least not over time. Yeah, they sold the 57.35, 30 and 35. Like, a lot of them. Like, right back here. Upside of the box is bullish. Bull, bear, right? I thought drawing a giant yellow box in the middle of the price action would be a really good signal. Is it not? Tight fucking boxes. Why did you buy puts? Because if it fails, woo boy. They're like $1 puts. No. Well, maybe. Not right now. Next week I'll have like maybe a new thing that I want to test. We'll see. What new people? $1 puts sound like crash insurance. Just fun, right? Like if the gamma dumps, it prints super hard, and they're $1. So you bet $1 for an option that could potentially like 10, 15x. I mean, 90% of the time they're just gonna go to zero. But 10% of the time they do the thing. It's much better than buying an $8 call and having it go to $10. Gross. After I get stopped out of it 20 times. This is how I hurt my port. Buying too many of them. Don't buy too many of them. 29 months of degeneracy. I'm loving it. Thanks, Yaka. So much for Brett's theory about you being new. I think it'd be interesting if we lost 50 here. I don't think we will, but it would be really interesting if we did. We probably will after market close because we already hit like upside resistance on ES and NQ. Is it that time to lord it over the pores 24/7? Kenny steals a lot of money if this closes $2 lower. Like a lot of money. Hmm. Can you show us positioning for tomorrow? Yeah, I could. Oh shit. Oh, they saved it. So close. I really gotta start buying the in the money put when bulls do this shit. That thing went from like $3 to $9. Is Kenny a market genius, or can he own a lot of money to his job? Both. No. Yeah, hold on. I've got the positioning for tomorrow. Fuck. Alright. Boop. There it is. So those are sold calls at 50 that everyone rolled forward from today. There's still no downside fucking support, right? Like 40, a little bit, some at 30, but that's it. There's bot puts at both 45, 40, and 35. So I think either overnight or tomorrow we get a pullback from here because all of this shit out of the money is sold calls. So you're probably gonna pull back and then repositioning and then maybe a move up higher, depending on how hard we pull back. But if we lose like 25, we're just gonna fucking dump, right? We're back to 5,700 again. I told you guys it would dump the second the market closed. Look at NQ. Anyway. I mean the bulls they're just like trying to grind the price out. What the fuck? Hold on. Fucking broke my wiener again. There it goes. It really doesn't like to do that calculation. God, PineScript sucks. Yeah, so distribution's kind of split, right? 5,800 or 5,725. Going into tomorrow. A little slightly better odds for the upside move, but not much. Expected move somewhere between like 57.73 and 30, which that would be like what I kind of expect right now is like we get like a pullback. I need a smaller marker. Hold on. Like a pullback towards 30 and then support. Kind of like today, but shittier. Actually, you know what? Maybe we get like that. Post minutes and then CPI the next morning. Could dump and then bounce. Ooh, that'd be fun. Hmm. Yeah, this is all pushed up on sold puts, which all expired today, right? All the bullish price action, none of it's been bought calls. No one's buying any fucking calls anywhere. The only bought calls like anywhere near spot, at least at yesterday's close, were 56.50s. I think I'm like a few 75s. No one's buying shit. Yes, moved up. Fell a little bit short of the prior high, actually. So we still have a lower high here. and a rejection off the retest of that lower trend, right? That's actually not very bullish. Significantly less bullish if it fails 57.86, because that'll probably mean a failure back towards 55 or 33. I'm not really sure the long-term support has been a very good. It's been a good resistance, but it hasn't been a very good support. It was okay today, but previously, usually we slip it a little bit, move more towards like the 55 test. Um, Commodities dropped today pretty hard. Bad news out of China last night, right? HSI went down like 10% in a single session. So obviously not good for commodities. That hit oil, silver, copper, industrial metals, gold a little bit. Helped bolster the dollar against the yuan, but not very much. I mean, I think, yeah, USD CNH is still like 7.07. So, I mean, dollar's a little stronger against the yuan than it was before last night, but that dynamic didn't shift too much. Pound and euro moved up on the dollar today. But Dixie kind of held its own with a slightly better balance of trade this morning, and that's actually what dug us out of the hole in the pre-market. Was our balance of trade deficit shrank a little bit, which is the first time it's done that in a little while. Yields still going up, turning around a little bit into the end of the day, but mostly just rocketing over the last few days. Since like OPEX, really. Yields at the top end of the curve have just been moving straight up, and dollar has too. This is obviously good for leverage, good for tech. But I think dollar's still a little low. I think we really want to see vol fall and yen get back above like 150. And that's when things really start to get bullish. Correlation turned back around at the very end of the day, of course, after market close. But still quite elevated from where we were just a couple days ago. The vol hasn't trimmed down, and I think that event vol is going to stay probably pretty elevated into the CPI print. After the CPI print, however, I think that vol is going to fall off, and I think bulls are going to short the fuck out of it. So still more chop for maybe like another day and a half, but then I think things will get more sustainably bullish. Or at least we'll get a lot more bullish zero DTE positioning with less pushback. Leverage staying pretty consistent here. Forward yield on vol fell slightly negative into close, but just barely. And the like 3 and 6 month, they're moving up, but not nearly as much as at the long end. Bond volatility rocketed. Correlation did not follow suit. So we actually have a little bit of discorrelation there between core 3 month and bond vol. Usually, when bond vol starts moving up aggressively, correlation follows suit. So keep an eye on that. That's actually kind of bearish. Skew dropping, probably went back up today. I don't think that's really that relevant right now. 47.21% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. This is kind of interesting. We're starting to see vol flatten out, so we're getting a little bit more short vol. I think that'll pick up, and we'll see that spread on the daily narrow, and we might see the spread on the weekly start to widen as we go into next week, and the event risk from CPI is past. So this might be near the high, like locally, of where we're going to see vol before we see a larger short position move in on it. Obviously, CPI will determine that, but and then Fed fund futures still pricing in like 0.35 cuts for Jan. So nothing big there. I think we could still move up and consolidate into the rest of this trend, but that gives us some range. I mean, from today's close, we would still have like 60 points, maybe 80 points to the upside, that we could still trade in, while holding this. And then, you know, we really don't care about any drop that's less than 140 points from here. So you need like a 200 basis point move down for things to get like actually bearish and move out of this chop, or we need, you know, a 90 point move to the upside. Everything in between those two is just going to be shit. Lots of the market down 10% in Hong Kong. I mean, China's stimulus package has no stimulus, right? That's and forcing like loosening up your deposit requirements or your reserve requirements and forcing your banks to go into the market and buy equities is not fiscal stimulus, right? You're just increasing banking like risk in your banking sector, which is already unstable. And then they didn't follow up with any actual fiscal stimulus, right? So I mean, like their big move was like, oh, we're gonna reduce mortgage payments on and stimulate the customer, but the customer like the customer is still fucked, right? Like consumers are still fucked. They're like 150 200% negative on the equity in their homes. So who gives a shit if their interest rate on their fucking mortgage goes down to like 3 or 2%, right? I mean, you're still 200% underwater on the house you bought. And that equity's in a lot of cases is never coming back. And yeah, so I mean, I don't really think they're supporting the customer. Or have you seen the fucking what home prices have done in China? Negative 200% return on equity, not fucking the value, not that the house has moved into a negative value range. It's just lost all of the positive value. If CPI is terrible, either negative or super hot, it would have to be really hot to upset things. And it would only upset things briefly, I think, while yields spike, and then, you know, leverage would probably pick back up. Unless it threatens like another rate hike from the Fed, no one's gonna give a shit about the upside of inflation. The downside of inflation is scary, but I don't think we're getting that. I think inflation's positives even with the seasonal adjustments. So, and the seasonal adjustments are already putting a lot of downward pressure on the inflation reading, right? And it's still positive. So the chances of us getting negative inflation are non-existent. Look at NGDP. I mean, the banks, their shadow banks have a lot of leverage on their housing market. So yes, they've experienced, you know, 500% losses in their collateralized securities, more than, but not homeowners. Homeowners are still fucked. I mean, their house has gone from, you know, having value, speculative value, to being in a lot of cases worth nothing, right? And yet they still have a monthly payment. So they're buying into negative equity, which is fucking awful. That'll happen in the US in like 15 to 20 years when the boomers are all dead, but not yet. Sometimes homes that didn't exist, yeah. Depending on how wealthy the families are. Most families own one home, right? They weren't buying up, you know, ghost cities. But yeah, there were the wealthier class, upper upper middle, lower upper class got hurt by that quite a lot. They also blocked them from drawing down on the equity before before the market crashed, right? So they stopped the home equity loans from the banks. That's why everybody was standing outside like the Chinese banks revolting, like what was it, like 2.5 years ago? Because they wouldn't let them withdraw money from their home equity accounts. And so they blocked their access to their home equity accounts, and then their home equity went to nothing. Some of the protesters probably got disappeared, but yeah, that's not a good look, right? You don't want to spark anything in that tinderbox. Anyway, yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.